So, while we were off camera, I cleaned up the document even more. So it's this is now fairly up to date at this point. I just, I also have to comment on something. So several people, including Bladefall, were like, you know what you should do, Lore? What you should do is you should go do all the side quests. Because that's one of the things I liked best about the Dragon Age Inquisition review, was you doing all the side quests. And I was like, alright, I got your back, Bladefall. No problem. My boogie. I got this. And then I looked them up, and I'd ask you to guess how many there are, but that feels like an unfair question. So I'll just say this. In your mind, really quick, think about how many of those hunts do you think there are? I'll give you a bit of a perspective. FF12 has like 30 some odd. This game has 64. Now, technically, some of those are part of the actual side quests, like the Tower and the Titan Trials. But at the end of the day, it's still 64 hunts. No. Although, actually, I do need to do something. I just realized. So after we kill these things, I have to go test something. I do not. Yes, AI takes it as a no. Because he's Hope. He is dangling by a thread. I did just realize something. Let's go check something. Interesting. We still don't have access to the final vendor we're going to need. So part of the problem here is that we don't have a particularly good source of money right now. You're probably thinking, who cares? Money directly translates to weapon upgrades. And I do mean directly. So, for example, if I wanted to upgrade this, which is Hope's weapon, which I kind of do want to upgrade, I need money. For those of you who aren't seeing the number on the screen there, the amount of gil I have right now is 1,020. Now, there are items you can sell, which I, of course, have none of. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what specifically I'm supposed to be farming in this part of the game in order to gain money. But it's also worth noting that we're actually not technically at the second grind spot yet. It'll be pretty obvious because we'll gain access to a final vendor, which will then enable us to go and finish up. In fact, that's actually effectively the final spot where you're supposed to grind up the weapons. At least in a normal playthrough. We're going to kind of reanalyze a bit here. Good morning, Walker. So for now, we have another cave. No! God, no! Dream Whisper. Do you have any idea how long it would take to even reach Titan? And then actually how much grinding would be necessary to have a chance at fighting Titan? Like we were talking about yesterday, part of the problem with several of the super bosses... No, actually, Mr. Red. Part of the problem with several super bosses in this series is, in several cases, it's not like you just can walk up and show the fight. You have to do a whole bunch of stuff to unlock the fight, then you have to do a bunch of stuff to be able to actually survive for longer than a second against the fight. There's a lot of prep work which is necessary to even be able to actually engage in the fight at all. Again, probably the example of this is Nemesis over in Final Fantasy X. Just accessing Nemesis is something that's going to take you tens of hours of using a walkthrough grind. It's not like I just walk up and go, alright, let's show off the Nemesis fight. Ugh! Not that bad, Krakensong. Penance is so much worse than Nemesis. And before you ask, no. I'm not even touching Penance. I have very technically beaten Penance once in my life. And I say technically because oh god, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. I used the summon that one-shots him. I can't think of his name. Oh my god. Yeah, it's Zanmoto, but Yojimbo, thank you. Yeah, I used Yojimbo. So that's the only time I've ever beaten Penance, and I will never do it the legit way.
Guys, heads up. Whoa! Look at that thing. Let me guess. That's a fal'Cie?
Yep.
You already knew this.
Carving out new tunnels.
You already said that.
Making roads where roads ain't meant to go, huh? Yeah, it kind of sounds like us. All right, roly-poly. Let's hit your ride on that thing.
Now you're thinking Grandpa style.
Why do all the cutscenes end weird? Oh my god, those frickin' fal'Cie! They're the cause of everything. No, that was Yzmat, who I fell asleep on. A game gets good X time in is a very old defense of many, many, many games. What's really frustrating is when it's true. Because every now and again there is a game that legitimately gets better X amount of time in. That's like... damn it.
Noisy fal'Cie, that.
I mean, ignoring like every, you know, MMO of any worth, which all follow the same format. No, I'm with you, Walker. I'm not trying to argue against it. That's why I say it's more frustrating. Because it's easier to just say, nah, this game's not worth your time, or, yes, this game's worth your time. Instead, it's like, so this game gets a lot better further in. And to be clear, several games get better when you get into it. That's not abnormal. What I mean is a game that starts off what I would consider actively bad, and then turns into actually good. My favorite example of that is Final Fantasy X-2. A game which starts off pretty bad. And then once you get past both tutorials, because there are two for some reason, the game actually becomes a lot better. Almost immediately. Like, one of the first missions immediately after you leave the tutorials is Wakka struggling to come to grips with a responsibility he's never had to face before, which is being a father. Because his parents died when he was so young that he has no memories of them, and therefore no playbook to follow. And that's interesting. That's an interesting little arc, and an interesting character piece, and a nice follow-through of the events of 10. And the gameplay is interesting, too. You find a fairly basic boss, you gain access to your first few jobs, and start being able to play around with that system.
Don't give up. You look at me. You look at me.
But, you know, to get there... It's like snow, right? Hang on for a second. We were talking about this on Discord. Snow is so close to being a good character. It would not take much to adjust him in order to make him more interesting. Actually, yeah, Dream Whisperer. Everything about New Yevon is kind of interesting in its own. FF10-2 is a very now what story. In a good way. I mean that it's a positive. It's like, okay, we saved the world. Now what? Anyways. So, Snow, right? Because I was thinking about this on Discord. The funny thing about Snow is there's multiple separate ways they could have turned him into a much better character. Like, do you want him to just be the plucky hero who doesn't really think about things, but is an earnestly good person? Okay, add a degree of self-respect, or humbleness, right? A little bit of introspection, and make him have some honest-to-God charisma, and there you go. Good character. Cool. If you want to make him someone who is putting on a face because things are so bad, and this is how he copes with it, okay, cool. There you go. Like, there are ways you could adjust Snow, and most of those ways are only like one step away from what he already is. And we could take his character in multiple directions. Yes, yeah, the writers! We just replaced the writers. This game will get a lot better immediately. I love how even the grass sounds heavy. It's going jump, jump, jump. Oh no. Oh no.
These flowers. You remember them, right?
I have never heard of flowers before.
They grew all over Erba.
We can't be far now.
It's my fault Grand Pulse ended up like this, isn't it?
What?
I remember everything. I became Ragnarok. I scarred Cocoon. And I left Grand Pulse in this mess. It was me.
What are you talking about?
It all came back to me. Everything that happened with iFocus.
Yeah, by the way, her amnesia is just gone. I would like to argue a separate negative for the amnesia thing. As we've talked about before, amnesia is not inherently a negative to story, and several works have done some decent stuff with amnesia. But to use an immediate comparison point, Terra never recovers from her amnesia. Ever. In the whole game. Fang has amnesia so she can't share certain tidbits of story, and they don't really do anything with that in character. And then it's just fixed, literally off camera. So...
All of it.
You're lying.
No, it's the truth. It's all my fault.
Don't say that.
Vanille! The Eidolon knows the truth. Ha! I knew I was right.
Wait, so you were lying?
No more than you were. Admit it. You remember everything.
It wasn't your fault.
Vanille, we should talk about this later.
So anyways, last of the Eidolon fights, finally.
I'm not all smiles and sunshine.
Yeah, this is her lowest moment.
Take this.
For some reason. Vanille, I mean, okay. I'm sorry. You know when this should have probably happened? The prison cell would have worked, but no. I'll tell you what this should have happened. When she accepted... Oh, no, hang on. I'm going to disagree with myself on that. Hang on. Oh, yeah, I was going to say with Zaz, but, like, the problem was that wasn't her lowest point. She was at peace at that moment, as weird as that probably sounds. Like, she had accepted her death there. I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
Take this. Oh.
Because, yeah, Blade Travel, that would be actually a fascinating engagement to see the game spliced up and reordered in certain ways to kind of make it fit. Like, it won't fit perfectly, obviously, because, you know, certain scenes just don't line up.
Bring it on.
But it would be interesting.
Bring it on. I can take it. Why you? Not keeping me down. Oh, yeah?
Well, I was thinking something more like in reality land, like literally taking footage of the game and then just editing the footage in a way to try and make scenes make a little bit more sense.
Appreciate it.
Why does Kiraja heal for so little?
No choice, I guess. Oh.
That was a little close. But we're fine, we're fine.
All right.
We have Riku at home. Points if you get it. Actually, yeah. Her fighting whatever that thing was called there
Something was off.
would work better.
You've been shying away from our focus ever since we woke up on Cocoon. I couldn't figure it out, but then it all made sense after hearing that story from Reigns. You already knew. You knew Ragnarok was the name of destruction.
It wasn't fair. You had to do all the horrible stuff. And I didn't have to do anything.
That is no reason to lie to me. You think that's what I want? You of all people! Poor kid. You've had it rough.
Fang.
Listen, you're not alone anymore.
I'm so sorry.
Keep that up and you'll have me crying soon. We have a new family now. We stick together. You hear me?
Listen, they're friends, Zeal Knight. They're roommates. Really, really close roommates who bathe together every night. They're friends. So that was our final Eidolon fight. Woo! Oh my god, what are you doing, step roommate?
to go?
Hang on. Is my party screwed with? Nah, we're good. Okay. So anyways, I hope you enjoy that, because that's the last time Vanille's going to be in my party, I think. Nah, not really. I was thinking about it. And then I realized that I don't hate myself that much. The amount of prep work it would take to really make that build work, and the subsequent amount of time that would involve, I don't know. I'm still debating. This... Well... We're gonna run into a wall later. Oh, I almost guarantee it. Almost guaranteed. We've still got the Proudclad fight coming up. And another cross with Bartandalus. For no reason. And then there's the Orphan fight, which... Oh, God. And then there's the entire last dungeon, and the dungeon before that. And... Anyways, moving on. Point being... You know, as weird as this may sound, I know it would break tradition, I guess, formula. I wouldn't even have us fight Vanille's Eidolon. I would have the reveal moment at some point, I'm not sure where, be that she already did that off camera, before she even joined the party. So, like, the first one we see is still Shiva. That's fine. That's whatever. I don't think where I would move Zaz's, though, if I was gonna... I don't know. I don't know, I still like the idea that Zaz attempts suicide. Holds the trigger. It doesn't work. And that's what actually summons Brunhilde. Well, no, that's an interesting idea, Zealmite.
Hardly worth the effort.
So something I feel like some games should be willing to lean into more, and this is just gaming in general, is being willing to screw with things in a way that makes it more interesting. Example. What if Vanille doesn't get her Eidolon until, like, the final boss? And it's not whatever... I don't know what it's called. What was the name of that stupid thing she just got? What's the name of your thing, Vanille? So instead of that, it's just Ragnarok. It's just straight up Ragnarok. You could also make it so she starts off with Hakataka Tikatu, and then she gets Ragnarok in the final battle. But either way, the same general idea applies. Make it a bit of a victory lap kind of a moment. You beat Orphan normally, and then... and then, you know, you get Ragnarok and just wail on him for a while.
Eat this!
Just getting started. Thank you.
Eat this!
Thank you.
I'm trying to think where to move Fangs. Because the problem is Fangs comes out of absolutely nowhere and leads to absolutely nothing. But also Fang herself doesn't have a lot going on for a pretty big portion of the game.
Keep the enemy off balance.
Oh, thanks.
Like I mentioned this in the document, Fang's cool, and that's nice and all. But there's not a lot of character there. She doesn't have a lot of character moments. She's just Fang. She's like, hey, what's up? That might work, Steel Knife. That's not a bad idea.
Thank you.
So we keep Zaz's, we keep Snow's in the same basic position. We could scooch Vanille's to the end of the town, which actually makes a lot of sense. I would say that out loud. We've already decided where to move Hopes. Move Hopes to the section with his father. Or miraculously, right before that. Okay, with it. That just leaves Fang. And I really don't know where to put hers. Yeah, by the way, we capped out the percentage on the stagger there, and didn't quite do half its health in damage. This is just where we're at. This is just life at this point.
Thanks.
Well, see, I like the idea of moving Vanille's to the Empty Village for basically the exact same reason. So I like your overall idea, Bragwin. Like, if we move Fangs there instead of Vanille's, where do we move Vanille's? Because Vanille would need a place, too. Well, we could scooch Vanille's much earlier. But I don't know a good narrative point where it could be. Whoops, pay attention, pay attention.
Change of plan.
I mean, I kind of like the idea of Vanille being our first real Eidolon in gameplay. Like, Snow gets his first, but remember, we then lose him as a party member for a huge chunk of time. So, like, Vanille could be our first gameplay summon. Oh, that has its own issues. At some point in time, I'll kill this thing.
Come on then.
I don't disagree with Steel Knight, it just doesn't really sound interesting, you know what I mean? It's just like, okay, and we'll just put fangs here. That might work out, Blade Ball. You know, one of the things I love about some of these fights is they all have timers. No, I mean, like, it'll tell you how long you've spent on a fight, so I don't need to go check the timer, although I do have a timer running all the time. I can just glance and say, how long have I been spending fighting this thing?
Keep the enemy off balance.
And the answer to that question is 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes fighting one trash mob. That would actually be pretty cool, Zeal Knight. They never really go into the Eidolons, too. Narratively, I mean. Like, yeah, they're here to help us, and they're, like, separate from the Fal'Cie for some reason. Yeah, no, the team has actually admitted. I forget the exact wording, but they wanted there to be summons, and so there were. Oh, they're even in future games for no real explained reason, even though the rules of the setting have changed in both future games. That actually sounds like a cool idea, Braven. That'd be another good way to do that victory lap idea I mentioned earlier. Like, all of your Eidolons combine into Ragnarok, and then you just beat the snot out of Orphan. Yeah, they really leaned into the Transformers thing. And, you know, they should have done that more. And I mean that. Look, I like Transformers. I even like the idea of transforming. I've played Red Alert 3. I get it. I'm with it. The thing is, it needs to be something more, right? Like, okay. How many of you have played,
Target's a target.
oh god, I can't think of their name. Who made the Bayonetta series? The team. The company. Somebody, anybody. God, please, help! Platinum. Okay. How many of you have played the Platinum Transformers game? I mention this because anybody who knows me knows I am not as positive about Platinum as a lot of people are. But that was actually a really good game. Transformers Devastation, I want to say? Something like that. I don't want to say it was the best Platinum game I've ever played, because obviously I haven't reviewed it, or indeed most of their games. But if you ask me off the top of my head, I'd put it up there. At least in the running. Point is, one of the things they did that was very cool, zooming back in on the point, is that your alternate form, your vehicle form, was part of your kit. It wasn't just something you did that was cool. It was an active part of how you interacted with the game world. And that's awesome. And that's what Transformers should be. Switching back and forth between, you know, humanoid form and vehicle form constantly. Transforming. So, something like that, right? Like, make it so that the transformations here actually mean something, other than just kind of being a cosmetic thing you do when you use your ultimate attack, right? Good morning, Ross. Who ended up winning? I missed the end of it. I'm guessing Seattle. Because they were sweeping when I went to bed. Yeah,
And I
no
was
surprise
just
there.
getting started.
Ooh. Whoops. Yeah, that's... that's not even close. God. The amount of money they're just throwing out the window on that is a good sign, admittedly, but again, could you just accept defeat? We talked about this recently. If they're going to cause so much more damage on their way out because they refuse to accept defeat. You lost.
Time for another approach.
Anyways.
And I was just getting started.
They were trying to fight their fate. And just like another game I could mention, they're failing at it. Why would you want to buy food, Zeal Knight, when you could buy an AI to live your life for you? Have you ever wanted a real girlfriend? We can get you a girlfriend. That's a real thing, by the way. So, hey, remember that second time ever?
That foul C must have been slacking.
Wait! Stop already! Ugh, it's the vile peaks all over again.
Yes, thank you for calling that out directly.
Hope! Get out of there!
Well, Hope's is dead. It's nice knowing you, Hope. Sure, game.
Is he trying to stop it? You can do it!
No, that's not...
What are they doing?
What is with this sudden bit of solidarity of the Juggernauts fighting the Foul Sea, by the way?
Ooh, well, that was cool. Go robot guys.
Good lesson for us. Not even a mighty foul C is a match for the power of teamwork.
But...
That is inspiration right there.
oh my god.
Save the sermons, old man. Let's hop on Trailblazer here, while we still have the chance.
Yeah, they keep talking about riding this thing. How? Like, physically, how?
On we go, then.
I guess there's an in port. Never mind. Ignore me. This is Atomos? Also, we don't know where this thing is going, or... okay, I'm gonna stop asking questions. And it just stops to let us out. I am so confused. Why does it take us here? Like, we had to throw Juggernauts at it, which you know what? No, I'm sorry. No, I'm not gonna let this pass. So all the Juggernauts decide to unite to stop Atomos. Why? And that allows us to board it, at which point it takes us to our destination, and then, without any other fuss, it's like, oh yeah, here you go. As if it always wanted to carry us. Why? Yeah, I think we just skipped over an entire section of gameplay that isn't in the game anymore. Ugh.
What you doing?
I was talking to Sarah. Just telling her that we're all gonna be okay.
It's so pretty. Sarah, you'd been crying, hadn't you? Back when we first met?
No. No. Why are we still doing flashbacks? I don't understand anything anymore. Thank you for the sub, Mike. I hope things are going as well as they can for you. Oh god, no! Dakota, no! Okay. I will put that towards dealer's choice. We must use all these assets we already made. I get it. I do, but okay, hang on. Whoop. Nope.
This place was beautiful, and my focus was to destroy it. I decided to do nothing and wait to become a thief. But because I did nothing, others got dragged into this nightmare, and I was the one to blame.
Thanks for the recap there, Vanille.
How's the scrape?
Huh? Fine. Much better, thanks to you. Oh, sure you don't mind. I mean, I'm not keeping you from anything, am I?
Not at all. Don't worry. I could sit here for hours.
Hey, Sarah. Do you think we'll meet again?
We might. Sure.
See, the thing is, I was chasing after someone. And there's something I really need to apologize for. But I just can't ever find the words.
Gee, that's gotta be tough, huh?
Yes. I even have nightmares about it.
Well, if it's too much to deal with, face it later.
Really?
Sometimes things seem easier when you look at them from a distance, you know?
But does that really work?
Good question. I'll let you know. Actually, I've been trying to keep something at a distance myself lately.
Like what?
Don't laugh, okay? It's a dream I had. A bad one. I dreamt I destroyed the world. It was terrifying. I needed some time alone. It had me so scared, I tried to run away. But then, my boyfriend, he came chasing after me. That's when I understood. Running away and leaving behind the people you care about? That isn't love. Though you might just want to keep them safe, shutting them out of your life only hurts them more. The point is, I have people I can count on. I'll make it through.
I think you'll be fine.
And you will be too. You'll find the words. I'm sure of it.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What else can I say?
I'm not the one you should be asking, Vanille. You'll know what to say when you find your friend. You'll see.
Sarah is so tiny. Even Vanille is, like, just generally larger than her.
You mean you met Sarah?
I tried to hide our focus, and she ended up a l'Cie. I wanted to say I was sorry, but...
Oh, yeah.
Well, when we rescue her, maybe you'll get the chance.
yeah, I hope so.
Come on.
I think Sarah saw the same vision of Ragnarok that we did. Which means Daisley had to be lying when he explained her focus. I think she beat it. She handed Cocoon over to us, and that's what made her turn to Crystal.
Yep. I know.
I could have this moment for some introspection or character or anything positive, but instead I'm just gonna be like, yeah, what? Duh. So hang on, I'm trying to find the name of a specific entity. Give me a second. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Lightning hasn't had any character anything for a really long time, actually, now that I think about it. She's just been there. Oh, God. Was the last time Lightning had a scene was when she kind of had her give up scene with Hope? Because she's strong, Mr. Ed. But beautiful. But strong. Pulse, that's his friggin' name. God, I'm stupid. But beautiful. But strong. But beautiful. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not trying to talk Lightning down, though. For real, when was her last real character moment? Because it's been a long freaking time. And I don't think I've ever processed that before. Hi, Saldir. So I just realized another negative for the plot, by the way. Sorry. Please don't kill me. No, Valerian. Valerian? Don't make that pencil disappear, Valerian, please. I don't want to see the magic trick. I mean... Okay. If you like Lightning, no judgment. She might be one of the most by-committee processed characters I've seen in a game in a long time. No, I mean that sincerely. They really wanted to make someone who just hit all the points, and so they came up with a bullet point of cool and edgy and popular. And even yeah, no, they've admitted this. This is not hyperbole. They even like specifically designed her based off of Cloud, not the real Cloud, the Cloud who's interesting and cool and one of the better main characters of the FF series, but the Cloud from Kingdom Hearts, the one who was popular at the time, the Cloud from Advent Children. So take, we have Cloud at home, switches gender, and we have Lightning. Like, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole on this, but even if you look at her from a fashion perspective, her outfit is pretty straight designed based off of Cloud's outfit. Not literally, I mean in terms of style and aesthetics from Advent Children. That's true, Valerian. I didn't even think about that, but you're absolutely right. Now, I'm not trying to bash her, it's just, it's interesting because it's so overt. And the more you think about it, the more overt it is. There's not even necessarily anything wrong with that. It's just, yeah, we really wanted to make a cool character everyone would love. Okay. Anyways, I promised you a negative to plot. Oh, if they kept going, Valerian, I'm just saying. Then she truly would be a good character, but also strong. Anyways, so I look forward to someone telling me I'm wrong on this. And indeed, if anybody could think of some reason I'm wrong, please jump in on this, all right? So check this out, okay? All of the fal'Cie, all of them, they all want to get back to their various gods. The Ultimania, this doesn't count for the game, but the Ultimania confirms that they are looking for their own individual gods. For example, everyone down here is looking for Pulse, and everyone up top is looking for Lindsay. Okay, cool. But regardless, we know that their plot in the game is, we must get our gods back, so we'll kill everyone! We will kill everyone that will force our gods to come back. Okay, that's the plot. That's the thing they want so badly, and they're desperate to make happen. Okay. Now, they can't just do that directly, because they're limited in their scope and programming, which makes sense. Okay, I'm with you. So what they did was they used their powers to brand several people, quite a few people, actually. And at one point in time, they finally came up with 2 people who finally were willing to go forward with it, which was Vanille and Fang. However, they didn't actually go through with it. They didn't actually go through with it. There we go. I don't know, I kept saying forward. Fang became a partial Ragnarok and cracked Cocoon. Then they went to Crystal. That was a long time ago. What have they been doing since then? Why did they not immediately turn around and just try to brand someone else to do it? Why have they been sitting on this for centuries?
You're nothing!
Like, I know I tend to be anti-long stretches of time and blah blah, but that's not quite what I'm about here. My point is that they tried and they're like, oh, it didn't work. And then they just do nothing for an onerous amount of time. We're finally like, oh, right, summoning our gods. Right, okay. And then they immediately throw all their weight into making this happen again. As if it's some urgent thing they desperately want to happen. No, I actually double-checked myself just last night, Seal Night. They were specifically trying to bring back Pulse and Lindsay. Now, it only says that in the Ultimania. In the game, in the English version of the game, I'm not sure about the Japanese, but in the English version of the game, they just say they want to bring back their creators, and they're very vague about that.
Deal with this!
Okay, I don't want to give this game even more negatives, but do we think the Eidolons deserve a story negative? This is a real question. That's true, Zeal Knight, but doesn't really have anything to do with anything, because remember, the Cocoon Fal'Cie are still branding people to make this happen. And can, and do, still brand people to try and kill them, to try and start everything, so... God, centuries to do a branding. Which is contradicted by the sheer quantity of seath we see in several areas, but... what's funny is I did actually come up with a hypothetical answer to my own question. Maybe they have been branding people for the last 6 centuries, and just everyone's been failing. And we're just the 7,000th party to actually make the attempt. We just happen to be the one that's succeeding. And honestly, that would be a valid answer to my overall question and quandary. Maybe they've been branding people this whole time. I mean, you say that, Zeal Knight, but, like, we have no problem killing Cocoon residents, I'm just saying. Or Cocoon Fal'Cie, for that matter. And yes, I know it's debatable who specifically brands us, because that whole cutscene is extremely confused. For those of you not aware, when we get branded by Anima, we actually see Pulse. Which makes exactly as little sense as it sounds.
Deal with this!
I suppose that's a fair point. Anima is actually a pulse. I actually forgot about that. I'll egg on my face for that. I forgot Anima was a pulseless Fal'Cie.
Just like I planned.
Although, honestly, my question still hasn't been answered. Because if they could just bring a pulseless Fal'Cie, up to brand people, then why don't they just, like, throw it into a town? Instead of leaving it over there where it just sits there for 6 centuries doing nothing. Like, no matter how you slice this, the 6 centuries gap is causing issues here. Because for all intents and purposes, everyone just kind of chills and does nothing for half a millennia. Like, nothing happens in that period of time at all. Like I said, it's the FF10 problem, and that makes sense, because it's, you know, similar creative vibe.
Hey, Sarah. What dreams are you having up there?
Someone straw.
We walked pretty far today. Let's rest up and start out fresh tomorrow.
Oh, Kennex cow. Such sweet innocence. That's true, Zeal Knight. Although, from what I understand, it was always just a guess, right? Like, maybe I'm misremembering. But it was just their desperate attempt to get attention. Like, they didn't know if it would work or not.
Same as we left her.
Oh, hey, it's the scene from the opening.
Feels so far away now. Sarah says she wants to talk. She'd probably prefer it if you skipped the lectures. Hey!
Once we're home, what's your plan? You're getting married, right?
What's that?
Sarah wants to know.
Then why did you attack him?
Scare me like that.
You are getting married, aren't you? Don't you let her down, you hear me?
Don't worry. This tear will be her last. I'll make sure of that.
That's all I need to know.
You will see her, right?
Don't go there. No room for doubt.
Be a zealot. Give in to your zealotry, Snow.
And soon. You convinced me of that. So stay strong.
Don't worry. We'll finish this and go see her together.
And she'll finally get her own game. It'll be better than this, I swear. I swear. Maybe? God, I don't know. Oh, we're done? Okay. That was just... Here, we need to use this CGI cutscene we made. That was our first lightning cutscene. I was just talking about how lightning hasn't been a cutscene in a while. It was our first lightning cutscene in a very long time. She continues to have better chemistry with Snow than Sarah does. That's never going to stop. All the way up till 13.3. Yeah, by the way, I hope you don't get invested in the big, dramatic romance between Sarah and Snow, because that's, like, barely going to matter in 13.2. I don't even think it gets referenced, really. Plop. Oh, hey, it's the worst dungeon in the game. Sweet, I've been looking forward to this.
We get through there, and we'll be in Aber.
You're almost home.
Yep.
Do we have to go through the worst dungeon in the game?
Doesn't exactly look like it's gonna be a leisurely stroll.
Can we go around the worst dungeon in the game?
Oh, so we just head through this Foul Sea's lair to get to Airboat, right?
Seriously, can't we just climb?
What's another foul sea at this point, huh?
Like, we're literally superhuman. Those rocks look climbable to me. Like, seriously.
Something about that one I don't like.
These rocks are imminently climbable. Look at that. Those are rocks built for climbing. Lots of handle holds. Lots of nice angles. Lots of rough terrain to move up. That would be very easy to climb. But no. Let's go through the worst dungeon in the game instead. I know. It's just the thing that you can't jump over the waist-high wall. I do understand that. It's just... Games do a better and worse job of explaining why every now and again. Keep in mind, we can literally fly. We actually have the ability to fly at this point, thanks to Bahamut.
New strategy.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope this is the worst dungeon in the game. Prove me wrong, game. Prove me wrong. Listen, Zeal Knight, listen.
Thanks.
That's true, Maze. Well, being attacked while climbing is pretty bad. It would have been nice if anything, anywhere, like, conveyed that, but I will acquiesce the point. Like, it would probably take us at least 3 jumps to get up that. Sorry. That's... Valerian's gotta hate me right now. I'm so past giving this game any credit. I mean, I tend to ask these kind of questions in any game. It's just... God. The example I like to give is an FF6 with Figaro Castle. I love FF6 to death. That doesn't change the fact that what they do with Figaro Castle in the second half of the game is extremely stupid. Hi, Sean.
Just like I planned.
Okay. Well, maybe it won't be the worst dungeon in the game, because it's got some competition. So far, as of this moment in time, for anybody curious, the actual worst dungeon in the game has been the 5th arc. So there actually is a moment in Chrono Trigger, and it requires headcanon to fix it, which means I'm going to give it a negative when we get there. It's the nature of Marl disappearing when we alter the timeline. Right at the beginning? Right at the very beginning? I know that sounds like a strange thing to focus in on, but actually think about it for a second. If she didn't fade right in front of us, none of the entire game would have happened. It is too convenient.
Thank you.
Like, by the rules of how the game itself establishes time travel, what should have happened is we show up and we're like, hey, Marl. She's like, sup? And then we should have gone back home, and then everything would be changed around us, and they don't know who she is, because, oh my god, Yeah, no, exactly, Zeal Knight. Like, see, the problem is, the game itself actually has an answer for what should have happened there, and could have worked, too. Hear me out for a second. We go to 600 AD. We find Marl. Whew, okay. We come back to 1000 AD. Oh my god, everything's different. Everything's changed. Why is everything so different? It's because the past was changed. Oh my gosh, why was the past changed? Well, it's because Queen Lean was never found back in the past. Oh my god, that must mean... And that's when Marl reveals, oh my god, I'm actually part of the Guardia family. I'm actually Princess Nadia. Holy crap! If you remember, that's the same thing Luca tells us. It's just in this way it's revealed more naturally because that's how it is revealed that she's connected to Lean. Nobody here knows who she is because she was never born. There you go. Boom. Done. So then we go back to 600 AD, fix it, and everything's fine. Rules of time travel codified, and that's the same way it works in the whole rest of the game. Now, there is actually an asterisk to that, but I don't want to get too far into the weeds on this. Whoops, wrong one. Point is, there are several ways they could have made that way work, and they didn't. Yeah, then you go back, you meet Frog. You get it, right?
Thank you.
Amusingly enough, that is actually my headcanon, Zeal Knight. The most logical answer for what happened is that the planet, which, is, if you remember, is the one actually creating most of the time vortexes themselves, specifically grabs Marl and pulls her out of time temporarily so that the events of the game can happen. You know, literally pushing the party onto their path, kind of a thing. It's worth noting, there are no plot holes with that. It makes perfect sense. It is perfectly placed and timed. It lines up with how the planet operates. It explains why nothing actually happened to Marl and why she has memory of never being born. It's because she wasn't never born. She was just pulled out of the timeline temporarily to push the party on their way. So, it does make sense. It does line up. It's just the game doesn't really earn that. So I will give that a negative when we get there. Because the game could have made that work and didn't. That's the rule. That's how that works, right? If we have to jump through a few hoops to explain something going on in a game, the game generally doesn't get credit for that, right? See you around, Walker. Have a good day at work. Anyways, I say all that to... I don't even know why I'm defending myself at this point. I have so much evidence that I do this, but I was saying that to prove that I would still make these kind of nitpicks, even for games like Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger, which a lot of people put on a pedestal. No pedestals. No sacred cows. Like I said, I shouldn't feel the need to defend this. It is just some noise I hear on the YouTube side of things periodically.
Can't pussyfoot about everything.
Give StarCraft 2 a negative? Okay. God, where do I even begin with that? There's so many. How about, we're done? Oh God, I've seen those theories. That's right, Warp Core, I hate Star Trek 2 because I have given it a negative. Or I will someday if I ever actually get to do that. Oh yeah, by the way, it's more or less confirmed that spring break is when the next Dark will happen. So we've got a little over a month. Star Trek V is something I will put on semi-periodically when I'm doing boring paperwork. Because it's a nice, low-attention movie you don't want to spend too much of your attention on, that is still entertaining to watch because of how bad it is. Like, I can't do that with, say, 3, because I'm not a big fan of 3, and it's not good or bad enough to qualify. I can't do that with 2 or 6, because I want to watch those. Same with 4, actually. And 1 is a screensaver, which means you have to be looking at it. But 5? I can enjoy 5 without looking at it. Without wanting to pay too much attention to it. Without actually watching it. It's a very, very narrow band of second monitor content without being Netflix writing. So anyways, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm ready. Strike me down. I have incredibly bad memories of this place. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I honestly think 6 will get less negatives. Off the top of my head, I can only think of 2.
Huh? I'm not the only one hearing that, am I?
No, it couldn't be them. Could it?
Kill us.
It's weird. Like voices in my head.
I hear it. Your presence here draws the tyrant's gaze. Leave this place at once.
We can't leave. This is the only way for us to get through.
It's the only way.
Help us.
There's no going over those cliffs. This is the only way. That would be good fate.
As you wish. Look for us, and the way will open.
That was easy enough.
You never know. Could be a trap.
Could be. Don't see no stairs, though. Do you?
Nope. This is our ride. Bumpy or not.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be dismissive, but I'll tell you exactly why this dungeon is here. It's because they already finished the art assets and didn't want to waste them. I guarantee you this is another one of those, there was probably supposed to be more to this situations, and it's just on the cutting room floor. If you've been paying attention, a lot of Pulse is like that. I know a lot of people say this is when the game gets good, but holy crap, is it obvious that they were really starting to run against the deadline and the budget wall of getting this game out the door. An extremely common thing in most video games, including Final Fantasies. We talked about that recently. It's actually rare that a Final Fantasy sticks the landing at the outro. In fact, let's see. So we've got arguably 4, debatable. 5, 6, 8. I think that's the list, actually. Yeah, no, I think that's it. FF1's final dungeon was very clearly thrown together and just badly designed to begin with. FF2's final dungeons, same problem. FF3's final dungeons, or even worse. 4's debatable. Skip over that. 7 has everything to do with the descent down into the earth and just a sudden general lack of story, combined with some very strange gameplay decisions. And a huge amount of really good stuff that's put in the final dungeon, for reasons I've complained about for years. 9 just started falling apart in the entire final disc. 10 starts falling apart the moment you leave Xanarkand. 10-2 is one of the better ones, but that's mostly on the gameplay axis. The final dungeon in 10-2 and the final lead up to that are actually fine. It is, however, pretty weird and kind of awful on the narrative axis. 12 infamously gets terrible. In fact, I can actually point to the exact moment that FF12 gets bad. It's the moment you leave to go to Giruvegan. The moment you start the quest to go to Giruvegan, the game noticeably dips in quality. Interestingly enough, jokes aside, I don't agree with that, Valerian. I would say this game started falling apart the moment we defeated Barthandelus. You could say right before it. That's debatable. But it's either immediately before or immediately after the Barthandelus fight. Either way, it's right there. And the game just starts... It does the same thing all of it, what I'm talking about. It just starts going down in quality across the board. Cutscenes make less sense. Voice acting is rougher. There's worse sequencing of what happens where. Dungeons get less interesting. Areas get less interesting. There's less cool kit to get. Like, we're kind of tapped out, too, on kit while we're on the subject. Oh yeah, the game gets really aimless. There's a lot of empty text. They just will not stop repeating themselves. Now, I don't remember 13.2 or 13.3 well enough to gauge those, so I can't speak to those. But 15 has the same general problem. When exactly 15 starts going down in quality is certainly debatable, but one way or another, by the time you reach the Imperial Capital, it has officially gotten bad. And it stays that way the entire rest of the game. Tactics has the same general issue. The moment you kill... I can't remember his name. The last story boss. It's your brother. But I can't think of his frickin' name. Yeah, there. See, 14's an interesting case. Because for the most part... 14 actually flips it, and tends to get better at a certain point. That's true with ARR, that's true with Heavensward, that's true with Stormblood. It's really true with Shadowbringers, and it's true with Endwalker. I don't know if it's true with Dawntrail yet, but you get the idea. WoW's kind of in the same boat. Remember the worst part about BFA? I'll give you a hint. It's the launch content. The patch content of BFA was legit. Shadowlands? Not quite the same. But the last patch of Shadowlands is where a lot of the quality of Shadowlands was. As we said, non-jokingly, pretty much the moment the jailer leaves the narrative, Shadowlands just gets immediately better. So I cannot increase my level of Commando, Ravager, or Medic, to answer your question, Dream Whisperer. I could go and, do some of the secondary jobs, because I am still sitting on a boatload of Crystarium that technically doesn't exist. But otherwise, no. But that is a good question. There's something I may need to check. Thank you for reminding me, Dream Whisperer. So there's the superconductors. Which I've been looking for. There's our Scarletite. Yeah, by the way, the catalyst stuff to really upgrade your weapons is incredibly expensive, so I hope you have been grinding your balls off. Nothing super fancy there. Not like I got a Ford, certainly. I still only have 5,000 gil. What am I supposed to be farming? Can someone do me a favor and Google what am I supposed to be farming for gil in Chapter 12? I think I'm in Chapter... I might actually be in Chapter 11. The only enemies I know of that drop gil are the human enemies, which are in Chapter 9. That's one of the reasons why that's a big grind spot. Okay, so I've already got the Belladonna, which is fine. He's already got his best weapon, and she wants... Oh, what does she want? Oh, now that's tough, Ross. That's tough. Let me think about that. Is it Blaze Fire I'm going to use? Hang on a sec. Not that I plan to go too far down the weapon upgrading tree. Yeah, actually. Well, I can use Blazefire or Lionheart, but I can't get Lionheart until Chapter 12. Which I think I'm still in 11? I'm not even sure. Hang on. Yeah, no, we're still in 11, so... Let's move on, then. So I actually have all of my intended final game weapons, except for one, which I don't have access to, because of course I don't. Anyways, okay, so less negatives. Off the top of my head, Undiscovered Country or Empire. So Empire has the weird hyperspace thing with somehow magically getting to another solar system without, hyperspace, hyperdrive, which is ridiculous.
You okay?
Trek 6 has the initial thing and the latter thing. Those are the only ones I can think of off the top of my head, so I'd probably put Empire as being a little bit more negative-y. But that's... narrow.
Get back!
Surely at some point we would consider the cliff. I'm just saying.
Some kind of trap.
You must accept and complete missions. I call these mandatory side quests, but that's just quests at that point, so whatever. No, Blade to Ball. You did not.
Hey, take a look at that.
Hang on, I'll come do the mission. Just a second. Yeah. Alright, what's our mission? So. Hey, look. It's a hunt. It is a mandatory hunt. Okay. Let's do it. No choice. You've been doing the hunts this whole time, right? For about... By the way, I estimated how much time we spent leveling and doing hunts earlier. It's around 15 hours. That is probably on the low end. Hang on. Gotta do it right now, Saldir. Let's do this. I'm ready.
Eat this!
Unfortunately, that is something that I'm not going to have to do off camera. But I will do it as soon as I can, Saldir. I am reasonably certain I still have all of those files, because I'm the kind of person who holds on to that kind of thing. Congrats, by the way. I guess hypothetically, congrats. Still. Okay. Hello, Dr. Winter. Welcome to your doom. Yep, nope, I'll do it today.
New strategy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Why does the gelatin look like an octopus? I mean, it's a flan, right? So it's a slime monster. So why is it made of tentacles? It's the latest trend in Slimeville. I like it. Is it really too quick? No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. What are you doing, Step Slime? Sorry, I'll stop. I'll stop.
Didn't even break a sweat.
I do not know. That's a truthful answer. I mean, obviously, if you have a particularly higher of one stat or the other, then that's more useful. Like, for example, Hope has magic stat through the roof. It also depends on what weapon you have. There's only like 10, I want to say, weapons per character. 10 might be highballing it. It might be more than that. So it kind of depends on your setup. Yeah, sure. Mission 2. That's true, golden ratio. That's getting down to micro-optimization, but when you start fighting the actually hard stuff in this game, you do need to micro-optimize, so it does matter which attack animations are being done by which characters. FF12 is the same way, actually. For the same reason. That's a weird thought. This game started development before FF12 came out. Well, you mean the fact that he's just bowed out of everything? Honestly, yeah. It is extraordinarily rare that an actor who is a professional actor gets a gig, which is taxing. Let's be very honest about this. Being a main character in a show is a huge ask. But then deciding to bow out of everything forever as a result of that. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but he refused to even do conventions for a really long time there. And that's extremely unusual. For those of you not aware, doing the convention circuit, and it actually is called the convention circuit, has been a reliable way for actors to continue to be relevant and continue to make money based off of the hard work they've done, while also connecting with fans and just generally having a life after their particular show has ended. And I don't want to overpraise, but it's generally a positive thing. And Avery Brooks has just noped out of all of that. Again, he has done conventions, but, like, the ratio and quantity and how long it took him to get there... Actually, yes, Triaxia. In fact, Galaxy Quest's own convention circuit is based off of the TOS convention circuit, for those of you not aware. A huge number of the actors from all the way back in TOS's time made their living by continuing to hit the circuit after their particular one-off role ended. And again, this is not a dig. This is a good thing. Yeah, Shatner still does it. That is still something he does. But I mean, like, even just people who were only in one episode. The wonderful woman who was part of the Battle Thralls in Gamesters of Triskelion is a good example. Or the woman who played Yeoman Rand, whose name I can't think of right now. She's only in like 5 episodes because, you know, horribleness. So yeah, no, what Avery Brooks did is very strange. It's his right, but it is very strange. I stand by what I said. I would have already recast him. I would have recast him years ago. Right about the time Brooks made it very clear he was not coming back, and he was just standoffing everything forever, I would have been like, alright. And I would have just recast Cisco. It is hard to recast. It's a big ask. It takes time and effort and work, and you're always going to be starting downhill. It is unusual, Sean. The overwhelming majority of actors don't go that route. In general. Regardless of country, too. That's not just a Hollywood thing. So, no, I'm going to disagree with that. That is actually pretty strange. Like, if you want privacy, that's fine. If I want privacy, it's a little weirder, because I'm a public figure who entertains for a living. I put myself out there every day. Yeah, exactly, PB Good Fate.
Keep a cool head.
Yeah, it's done.
Eat this!
Michelle Forbes? Yeah, she's done the convention circuit. Hell, most of the Babylon 5 cast was doing the convention circuit as recently as like 2 years ago. And every now and again there's like a boost. Like, for those of you not aware, when Prodigy came out, a lot of the Voyager cast were getting invited to a lot of conventions a lot more regularly, because Prodigy had just come out, right? So, interest increased. Jennifer makes sense. That makes sense. It is unfortunate, and I feel very bad for her, but Jennifer Lean, yeah.
New strategy!
For those of you not aware, I will say in brief that Jennifer Lean has legitimate mental health issues, and that's why she got axed from the show. And that's why she had some altercations with the police. And that's why she's currently under a conservation and being taken care of by her husband. I wish her nothing but the best and nothing well. Or nothing but... I wish her well and nothing but the best. There we go. Let me say my sentence correctly. But it makes perfect sense that she would not want to deal with anything.
You asked for it.
Actually, yeah, Saldir. It's... I do not mean in any way to say this is a negative, but it's very obvious if you go back and rewatch early Voyager. Her acting is off. She was having trouble memorizing her lines. And if you pay attention, almost every single scene she's in, she's dubbing over her own voice. Because she couldn't do the take properly on the moment. Kess from Voyager Linear. The thing that bothers me about the Kess thing is how many people kept it secret for how long. Oh, don't mistake me, it's none of our business, but that's not what I mean. Let me frame this a little bit differently. Sinclair's actor specifically requested that people not share his mental health thing. That's his choice, that's his privacy. No issues, right? So we didn't learn about Sinclair's actor stuff until he died, at which point it was now acceptable to release that, and yeah. The problem with Kess is she never made that request. They just canned her, and then everyone stayed quiet about it for years. In fact, we might not know about that even to this very day, except for that one altercation she had with the cops. And a Trek actor getting in trouble with the cops is just going to get attention. So, someone somewhere was being a dick to her. Right? To the actress. Just pushing her under the rug.
You're one to talk.
Woo! Well, I'll be damned.
Are they sad?
Well, I guess the way is open now.
Rick Berman is so frustrating. He has done so many positive things for Trek, and so many negatives. And he is, let's be very clear, a sleazy corporate executive to a T. He is absolutely the kind of guy who would try to torpedo someone's life and or career just because that way the optics would look a little bit better. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Rick Berman is the one who pretty much mandated that they sweep what happened with Jennifer Lean under the rug. Yep, we gotta be pristine. Can't allow anything to tarnish our new image. I mean, that was one of the reasons why Janeway sucked early on, too, if you'll remember. No, seriously. I know, right? It is weird to think that people who like Star Trek would have the capacity for basic empathy, but here we are.
New strategy!
Damn it. Keep doing the wrong one. There we go.
Thank you.
I don't have the highest opinion of Kate Mulgrew as a person. Great actress. There's worse than her, don't mistake me. but the way she came down on Jerry Ryan, when Jerry Ryan was already dealing with all kinds of crap, that's not great. She did apologize later. I will always give her credit for that. And the two have, by all accounts, made up and been cool since then. Well, yeah, Star Trek's like ray guns and aliens, right, True Whisperer? Right? True, Lynyrith. I mean, Shatner's another example of that. Again, not to overpraise Shatner, because he keeps dipping up and down in how decent of a human being he is. But at least... Ugh, what was that, like 30 years ago now? God, that was a long time ago. He made a substantial effort to reach out to and try to make up with pretty much everyone that, you know, he wronged. Like, by the end there, he and Nimoy were really close friends. And I hate to say this again, but I've believed for some time now that Nimoy's death is what really pushed Shatner over the edge. Like, that's... yeah. Seriously, watch the timeline. Shatner has become a much worse person ever since Nimoy died. It might be coincidental. Nimoy was awesome. He had his issues, he had his phases, but he got out of that stuff like in the 70s. You remember when he was actively antagonistic towards Trek fans? Like to the point where if someone asked him about Trek, he would get mad about it. He got over that. Again, credit to him. Doesn't mean it's all wiped away, as Saldir mentioned. It just means they get credit. No, I think Nimoy was a sanity anchor for him. Absolutely, Lynyrith. I think... yeah, no, Nimoy hated Spock like Harrison Ford still hates Han Solo. Harrison Ford I will not give any credit for. He's just kind of a dick.
No problem.
Professional dick. Nimoy turned that around. Shatner turned that around. But yeah, I think Nimoy was a sanity anchor for Shatner. I have no real evidence of that, just based on what happened. For the record, I understand. For example, my least favorite thing I've ever done is the ruminations. So, I understand that if I was big, yeah, right. But if I was actually big and popular and people are constantly like, oh man, your rooms were awesome. Yeah, I understand completely that would get old. So I don't push too much down on that. Yeah, it's called professionalism, Saldir. I even said that already. I know you wouldn't listen to me. I don't blame you. 700 gazillion .3. Keep you good faith. Fourth, I guess? I'm always vaguely amused when an actor is socially awkward. It happens more often than you'd think. Chris Evans is a good example of someone like that. Yeah, Keanu Reeves is another one. I mean, yeah, sure, if you're going to give me enough money to be able to take care of my family for the rest of their life, I will probably go ahead and accept ruminating on the Shrek movies. I hesitate to speculate on Avery Brooks, because the thing is, we kind of don't know. Nobody's talking about him, and he doesn't say anything. In an absence of information, all I could say is it's strange, which I already did, and then move on, because what else is there, right? These are not skippable. I was wondering. That sounds like a good time to pull out more seltzer water. Oh, absolutely, Ross. Avery Brooks almost quit, actually. Just straight up walked away from a contract. And if you know how big of a deal that is in Hollywood, well, then you know how big of a deal that is that he was considering that. We also know that Ira Steven Behr is a dick. And Rick Berman is an asshole. So... It's okay. I'm not going to make Team America jokes out here. I mean, I could. If you really want me to. America! Sorry. If you remember, I almost didn't, Ross. I actually walked away from it. Some people got confused by this, so I walked away from that rumination completely. And just said, nope. And I recorded another video, which is like a minute long, basically explaining why I wasn't doing it. And then I got to... God, it wasn't that much further along. It was the same day, from my perspective. And the same day I got to the Comfort Women episode, which I spit venom at, but moving on. And then at the end, I realized, as I was live on camera, recording on camera, I realized, well, if I'm going to talk about this, I might as well talk about Far Beyond the Stars. So I interrupted myself, went back to Far Beyond the Stars, and talked about that. Yeah. We'll probably reach it before lunch break. Now I just have to beat you in FF11, Mr. Ed. Listen, we just need to ruin all of Trek, Ross. I think my favorite thing about that is Ira Steven Behr is actually on record as saying that he didn't care about Trek He just cared about his show. And he felt like it was the best possible move for his show to make all of Star Trek a story based on Benny Hill. Which also says something about his writing chops, because I gotta disagree with that. I don't think that makes Star Trek better. Maybe that's just me. Yeah, Rick Berman, who I can't stop praising and bashing at the exact same time, because what is my life? Just put his foot down on that. Was like, no, absolutely not. No. I don't know, Stinger. Oh, see, that's the really strange thing. Like, Rick Berman was an asshole who only really cared about his money ticket. Let's be clear. But he did care about his money ticket, right? I know that sounds strange, but like, it's weirdly common, especially nowadays, that people in charge of something will go out of their way to try and kill the golden goose rather than, you know, not. Rick Berman was a much more 80s kind of executive. Someone who wants the golden goose to keep being good. To keep being alive and fed and taken care of. Because after all, he was getting the gold. Right? I know that sounds awful that I'm praising something like that. But it's funny how much worse than that we've gotten since then.
Come on!
I legitimately think that part of the kill the golden goose mentality, which has been so common in the last 10 years, is specifically because the people in question are too stupid to know better. I'm dead serious. If you zoom out the camera a little bit, it makes a little bit more sense. Because the idea is they make plenty of money, but they want to make more money because they're dumb. So, okay, sure. So how do we make more money? Well, they don't really have any good ideas for how to make more money. So what they decide to do is like, okay, I've got it. We'll try stuff. Try random, weird, stupid stuff that probably won't work, which they do. And it doesn't work, and it kills the goose. It's like, oh, well. And they don't really suffer for that. I mean, they lose their meal ticket, but it's not like there's any big consequences for anyone who's ever killed any franchise. I was actually watching the Giant Grant Games coverage of the Command & Conquer series recently, and that prompted me to do a little bit digging myself, since I do plan to cover Command & Conquer 1 later this year. And, yeah, a lot of what was happening in the later era there, when EA just kind of turbo killed that, was because one individual executive made a very stupid decision, suffered no consequences for it, and basically killed the franchise. I shouldn't even say basically. They killed the franchise. Command & Conquer 4 was it. Everything since then has been mobage.
No problem.
I mean, it's probably the best dungeon in the game. Yeah, actually, that's a good direct example of that, Dream Whisperer. I do think it's... I'm not a big punishment person. Anybody who knows me knows that. But it is extremely frustrating that most of the people who make decisions are not the ones who suffer any consequences for those decisions. That's not just a corporate thing, that's just in general. Consequences are a part of life. Right? Like, failure is a part of life. Bypassing that, frankly, isn't healthy. And it's probably not doing these people a service in terms of their overall emotional health. Sir Lofton's awesome, by all accounts. I'm very jealous of Jesse Gendry, who's actually met him. So I suppose I can talk about the dungeon we're in. What I do have to say in positive towards this dungeon. Remember how we've talked about how every dungeon is linear to some extent or another? What matters is what they do with it, and in some cases how well they obfuscate it. This is actually a pretty good example of it. This dungeon is actually very linear, if you think about it. There's really only one thing to do and one way to go at any given point in time. More like an absence of a negative at the moment, Mr. Red. For the record, I have given every dungeon in this game a negative. At least one. This is the first one I've been debating not giving one.
Keep the enemy off balance. Thank you.
Come on. That's a good question, Flagerful. I don't know. I will admit, it's getting funnier and funnier how completely pointless so much of the loot is in this game. Like, every now and again, there's one thing that's really worthwhile, and then there's everything else.
Change of plan.
Hey, Doom Rider. Yeah, the overwhelming majority of loot is components, most of which are kind of ancillary, because the actual best stuff to upgrade your weapons is the stuff you buy. Now, I suppose we could sell the components we're looting, but they don't sell for much. Usually like 50 or 200-ish per thing, and we need hundreds of thousands of gil. Yeah, it reminds me of how they did chests in FF12, aka badly. Love you, FF12, but what the hell were you thinking? That is really funny, Dream Whisperer. Just go farm Adamantoises. But no, go farm Adamantoises. Yes.
Hardly worth the effort.
That's also true, Strife. It is so arduous to upgrade that the system discourages you from trying out stuff. In fact, I should give that a separate negative, because you are absolutely right. There's a reason why it's considered, well, I don't want to say mandatory, but highly recommended to get a weapon upgrade guide and decide way in advance the one weapon you're going to use for your characters. One second. I have a thought on this. Remember Magicite. Let me come back to that. So, most games have a way to optimize getting stuff or upgrading stuff or whatever. In fact, I would go so far as to say almost all games do, right? That's normal, that's fine, no worries. The problem comes from when you have a game where there's no real way to naturally just enjoy the mechanics of the game. I mentioned Magicite. In FF6, you don't need a guide. You don't need a plan. You don't need to sit down and map out who gets what. You use it, you level it, you get stat ups. That's Magicite. It is something that normal playthrough will get you. Make sense? That someone who doesn't have access to the internet, or doesn't have a game fac, or isn't looking up things, or never played the game before, can just enjoy a mechanic in the game. By the way, same thing with Materia over in FF7. Actually, a better example, really. Because even a normal player playing it just completely normal playthrough will figure out Materia pretty quickly. Like, they even actively straight out describe how the combo system works in FF7. Thanks to little help sections that are in the game. By contrast, in this game barely tutorializes how the weapon upgrade mechanic works at all, and doesn't tutorialize the specifics of it. Without a walkthrough, you will not be able to gain proper benefit of it. Yeah, exactly, Strive. Like, it essentially removes the weapon upgrade mechanic from a normal playthrough. That's, for lack of a better way to put that. I mean, obviously this is a little bit anecdoty, but Golden Ratio just said this in chat. And I quote, if you'll forgive me for quoting you, Golden Ratio, "The upgrade system was so confusing, I just ignored it when I played as a kid." And honestly, I've never really messed with the upgrade system except for the one run, because I kind of had to in order to get Army of One for the last boss. I may have to do again this time around. We'll see.
New strategy.
Keep a cool head. Thanks.
Honestly, I can point to a lot of FFs that do this correctly. In FF10, well, you may not be fully, like, optimizing the grid. You can still engage with the sphere grid and the customization of your summons, and the weapon upgrade system just in a normal playthrough. In FF9, we have the equipment that gives you abilities. In FF8, that's actually a little bit rough. But at the same time, even FF8 and the junction system is still something most players can figure out pretty much immediately, especially because all that information, once again, is in the game. Most players will not know to immediately go to the beach and fight some dudes to get some water to be able to junction to HP or strength, but you can still at least engage with the mechanic. That's true, Doom Rider. I forgot about that, but you're right.
New strategy. Eat this. Eat this.
Hell, even FF2 and its bonkers system is still something that you don't need a walkthrough to understand, right? In fact, I think 13 might be the first FF to have this problem. Because pretty much every previous FF and its various core mechanics around power progression are things that are either intuitive or just in the game. I know, Stinger. Everyone keeps saying that. I know it's not obvious because it's going by so quickly, but I've been doing that this whole time. It's just funny because you're like, God, I think like the 20th person to be like, did you know? And it's like, yeah, I did know. The game actually tutorializes that, even if I didn't know. It's one of the rare things it did. Oh God, look at that depth of field.
Back again. I'm getting tired of this. Let's double back.
Okay. Well, that sure was a cutscene.
Great.
Rains it pours.
This is your fresh reminder that the footstep clops have not gone away. It literally is the same two sound effects over and over and over. Just endlessly. Yeah, no, exactly, Mr. It's literally just the two exact same sound effects. That's true, Blade of All. Made even worse by just how incredibly expensive it is to upgrade weapons. Any upgrades not efficiently used are basically wasted. Basically, I agree, it's just even worse. Frickin' character limits. Come on, Twitch. Surely you can do better than this. I know you're basically running IRC under the hood, but come on.
Change of plan. Thanks. You'll make it.
Here!
Stay calm. Thank you. Thanks.
you.
I mean, YouTube's stream chat is terrible. It's actually one of many reasons I don't want to stream on YouTube if I can avoid it. Also, I could be wrong, but I think I've already made that capital P problem, but you know. I thought I did. Yeah, there it is. Starting at negative 43 and going down to negative 52. What do you mean, Dream Whisperer? Ranked up a bit. That's hysterical. Oh. I actually don't know, Dream Whisperer. That's a good question. I do not know.
You did it.
We beat the game. Where am I going? Okay. Go away.
And I was just getting started.
I could see that, bro. Yeah, no, giving the player access to a tremendously larger amount of income, and it would have to be a lot more money, would be the easiest band-aid solution to all this. I wonder if there's a mod for that. Like I said, I might cheat in some gil later. We'll see. I haven't decided that yet. And I know Valerian hates it when I cheat in games, so it's kind of a question mark. I think the biggest thing I don't like about this dungeon is its long. Which is every dungeon in this game, so that's not something unique to it. But still, the fact that we're still here is kind of weird to me.
They saved us again.
Yeah.
Why are they saving us again?
You want to help us?
Yeah, why? Why? Yeah, what are you? And why are you helping me?
Let's just count our blessings. The way's clear.
Right.
Alright, Stinger. I got a question for you. What? No, sorry. Thank you for the sub. As always. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. That would be funny. Why are all these creatures here? Fate! Oh, okay. This is doubly weird because, as a reminder, the Pulse Fal'Cie, including the one that these guys keep defeating and the one that's been getting in our way, wants us to succeed. So, why is it trying to get in our way? Yes, I know Bartandalus does the same damn thing, and it makes no sense in his case either. He actively wants us to succeed, so... Question mark. I think I just realized one of the biggest reasons I don't like this dungeon. Legitimately. It's the music. Yeah, listen to it for a sec. Yeah, no, it's very lulls you to sleep, which is fine when you're going for that, but for a lengthy dungeon, it's just kind of like... what?
This way.
I don't know, I feel like 5th Arc is probably overall worse pound for pound. This dungeon's main sin is it's too long. 5th Arc is bad, in addition to being too long.
Not much longer now. This way.
Yeah, I call that Netflix writing, Seldier. Because Netflix kind of started doing that, God, over 10 years ago now. It's not a new phenomenon at all, unfortunately. And it started getting worse because other people started thinking that's the norm. And so even for situations where it makes no sense to have Netflix writing has been propagating. It is very frustrating. I think we did it. I think we're past the dungeon.
Want to try jumping down from here?
I'm so sorry, Pillars of Snow.
Uh-huh.
Hey, look!
It's acting strange. He must be weak from losing his tail.
Yeah? Looks plenty feisty to me.
He's bluffing to scare us off. Let's just go with that, all right? Come on, we can do this.
Okay.
This'll be interesting.
Yeah, that was a recent interview, though, Strife. I mean, sorry. I get a little irritable because I've been talking about Netflix writing for years now. And now that they've officially confirmed that it's a thing, people are like, oh my god, have you heard about this thing? And it's like, yes, I've been talking about it for years. But yes, they have formally confirmed that Netflix writing not only is a thing, but is a deliberate thing and is something that's being pushed. The push part is the part that makes the least sense to me. Why would you want people to spend less time and attention on your thing? Why would you want to encourage that? Yeah, it's like when they admitted that they made certain video games in the 80s harder because of rental sales. Like, we all kind of knew that, right? But when it was finally confirmed, it was like, aha! That thing we all knew. Oh my god, this boss's name is Dahaka. Essence. You must get the essence. Sorry. I mean, yeah, rich people are stupid. I'm almost going to do half his health and damage. I'm a little shocked we're doing that much damage. Considering. I'm probably wrong, Kraken-san. But I would like to believe that if you treat people like they have a brain, that they would be capable of proving that, right? Again, I am probably wrong. But it reminds me of that mentality which goes into so many things, where X is true because the people make it true, not because it actually is true. The example I like to use there is traffic, right? A lot of traffic coordinators and creators will actually say that, not creators, architects, engineers will say that people dictate where traffic goes, and that's not true at all. The people designing where the roads are, where the intersections are, all that, that's who decides where the traffic goes. Same concept, right? RTSs are dead. No, you've been trying to kill RTSs. Yeah, it's very self-fulfilling. Well, that's my point, though, Saldir, is that is pushed. I bet, maybe I shouldn't say I bet, but it's the impression that I get that if people were allowed to be treated like they had functioning brains, they would. And yeah, this is exactly one of the biggest reasons, for me, why AI is so terrible. Oh no, not the destroying jobs or the annihilating the economy or killing the environment thing. No, it's specifically the fact that it's dumbing down people's capacity to think for themselves. Lol. Valerian, and no, I have not. I have no idea what this Falsi's job was. Emphasis on past tense.
Look!
His job was being Galonzo.
He's saying thanks.
For what? And why?
At last, we are free.
Who were you?
We go now, to hunt down evil where it hides.
So I guess that means there are still more monsters like that one out there.
And it's an optional thing.
Sounds like it. Somewhere out there on Grand Pulse.
Bingo, Saldir. That's the mentality.
Gone just like that.
I don't know if it's true. I don't.
Thing sure can move.
But I'd like to think
Just
that's
do
true.
what they can too. Trying to save the world.
What are these
It's
things?
not all on them. Last time I checked, we are still in this fight.
Ereba's right down there then, isn't it?
Yep.
So what's it like?
Well, it's kind of small, but it's warm and green and very naturey.
Around the Falsi, it was flowers as far as you could see, huh?
View from here? Ain't so rosy, I'm sorry to say.
You want to wait here?
No. I need to see for myself. It's all gone.
Every trace of color. We're chasing shadows. This whole idea of losing our brands is hopeless.
There's gotta be a way.
Let's keep on looking. That's what we came here for. We all agreed, and now we're here.
You think? You think it's really possible?
We've only given 13 speeches about it so far.
Anything is.
There's no going back.
You don't think I know that?
How are they...
Come on.
I hate to get stuck on, like, geography. But, like, they went up to the very top of the tower, or rather, the top of the tower that's left, because the rest of it got cut off. And, like, that unlocked the way to go down the tower, but on the other side, like, was there not a door on the other side at the ground level? And if not, why not? I'm so lost. As in, like, literally physically lost about what's going on here and why. Why did we go up this tower only to then immediately go down this tower?
An easier way to get where we're going.
Well, let's take it. Wouldn't want you to throw your back out climbing, old man.
You really are a charmer, aren't you?
Wow, that was a line. Like, are we going down the cut down part of the tower now? I think, maybe? And now we're just... Okay. Now we're just doing this. So the car was at the top of the tower. Man, I wish we'd known that. Walking in, that would have made a lot more sense. Alright, what do you think? Snow or white sands? It's a matter of principle. I'm gonna start skipping fights. These give nothing. That's fair, Dream Whisperer. That's fair.
Finally back. After how many centuries?
6 centuries. Actually, how could someone look up how old is Zaz? I'm actually quite curious because ages in Final Fantasy games are a thing. Like, Auron is hilariously young, to use a specific example. $40? I'm not even sure I believe that. 40? Anyway, so this is the music that plays when we approach a dead village completely filled with Seath.
Which is your house?
What do you mean, which is ours? All of them. They're all ours.
Yep. Everyone in the village lived together.
One big happy family?
One heck of a lot of places to hang your hat.
I think Strago's the current winner for oldest character in the FFs. Not counting asterisks. Yeah, Lightning's relatively old, which is sad. Let's see, Strago's way up there, Cyan's way up there too, which always amuses me. Cyan's like in his 50s.
So, do you want to take a look around?
We'd better. Gotta find something to help us lose these brands.
That's not the only reason we're here. You're finally home. Make the most of it.
The animations keep glitching. I just did it again, twice in the same scene. That keeps happening. I'm gonna have to ding that.
Is Tom to blame for all this too?
And yeah, Tella would obviously be pretty high up there. I'm trying to think. I don't remember how old Sid was in 4. Specifically. That's what I was going to do. Let's see. Galuf was pretty old in 5. I already mentioned Cyan and Strago from 6. 7 technically has Vincent, but there's a bit of an asterisk there. So Vincent's still relatively pretty young. I will take that as a good thing, Blade of All. Because it sounds like a good thing. Last I checked, they don't even get down here, Trixia, so maybe? I don't know. Oh, yeah, Bugenhagen in 7. But I was counting, like, playables. Everyone's pretty young in 7. Everyone's very young in 8. Like, really, really young in 8. In 9, I want to say Steiner is actually the oldest, which is funny to think about. 10 has Oren, who I think is 30-something. So, still pretty young, really. Let's see. 10-2 is pretty young. 12 is actually kind of decent in ages. And then we have 13, where our oldest is Zaz at 40. 33. Okay, so Steiner's 33. Yeah, I don't know how old Tella is in FF4. I've mentioned it several times. I was hoping someone would look it up. But I don't know how old he is. I think that's our old people's list. Right there. Not counting asterisks.
This'll be quick. This'll be quick.
Red 13 feels like an asterisk, which is why I didn't include him. Like, he sure as hell does not act 48. I know, different development times and blah, blah, blah. That's like pointing out that the youngest character is Umara, who's like 6.
You're gonna
Okay, so I see several people telling me Tella's 60. So, that sounds like it actually goes Strago, Tella, Cyan at the top. It's funny that those are all from 2 games. Wait. Where's Galuf? How old is Galuf? Or Galuf, if you prefer. If Galuf is also 60, then yeah, there's our oldest FF characters. FF4, FF5, and FF6. That's probably not true, but I'm amused by the thought. $14 doesn't count. Although, if 14 counts, then we've got to look at things like 11. $14 doesn't count, Zero. sight on the narrow platform. Thanks, game. I know one of them because of Dissidia, Valerian. I will not say whom, of course. I feel like we're gonna squirm. So who's ready for a terrible boss fight? Because I might actually game over here and have to go, you know, grind again. Hey, off the deeper end.
Turn the tide!
I mean, we're kind of as leveled as we can be at the moment, relatively speaking. So, we'll see. And yeah, I have to remember easy mode exists, because I do keep forgetting it's there. Thank you for reminding me, Blade Jamal.
We survived!
But I remember this frickin' bridge. This frickin' bridge. Correct, off the deep end. Probably like 2 minutes out, based on how long this trash is taking.
Go!
Dang it. He's got like 5% health left. Come on, just die. Just die. Just die. I do like the music override for this section. Kind of works. Don't I already have the taming pole? No, I have the bladed lance. Hold on. Hold on, let me double check my notes. Because I thought taming pole was her final enemy, or final weapon, and I thought I already had that. No, it is, and yeah. Okay, never mind. So now I am actually just missing one of these. Which is hers. Time to go farm adamantoises for 15 hours. It's literally purchased in Chapter 12. I think. I might be wrong about that. I have no certainty about that statement. It exists at some point. I will say... No, you have to grind adamantoises, Mr. Red. Just straight grind them. For hours. I will say I like the visual storytelling here. The ruined city completely covered in seeth is a powerful image. I do agree with Bragwin, this should have been more recent. But it's still, like, you know, properly horrifying.
Ragnarok.
This is a weird cutscene.
Day of wrath, O pulse the sea.
This is a really weird cutscene.
Embrace thy fate, thine home to burn, that fallen souls might bear our plea to hasten the divine's return. O piteous wanderer, Ragnarok, make of this day a brave epoch. Deliver the divine, Ragnarok. What?
Sarah, how did you...
I was waiting for you to open your eyes. All the time I was asleep, I knew what was happening.
This is so creepy.
I kept trying to think up a way to save Cocoon. Together.
Sarah...
You get it now. There are no gods with miracles to save us. No matter where you look. That's why we have to call one. Destroy Orphan. We'll save the world.
Stop it!
You can't do that. You love me too much. You do, don't you, Claire?
Enough already. Listen up. We are all shooting for the same goal here.
And the result of that is this.
You son of a...
You betray your fal'Cie to chase after dreams and shadows. The world you claim to wish to protect now faces the end of days, with no hope of salvation.
I didn't think fal'Cie had the means.
Oh, it won't be fal'Cie who destroy her. For centuries now, Cocoon has provided generously for its human inhabitants every want and need. Coddled them, one might even say. The result being their deep-seated fear and hatred of change and all things alien. Fed, nurtured, and ready to detonate at the slightest spark. The seeds of destruction take root, even now.
What did you do to Cocoon?
I resigned, appointing Reigns as Primarch in my stead.
Reigns? He's alive?
The puppet is restrung to serve my needs, yes. Its eyes had long since turned to glass. Of course, the cavalry's eyes will see our friend as nothing more than a traitor to their cause. They'll say the fal'Cie got to him too, or some such drivel. And imagine, when I spread word that it's Orphan tugging at his strings, what happens next?
You're gonna use the cavalry to take the thing out?
Perhaps. Or perhaps I'll feign the howling of Pulsian wolves and let the fear-addled sheep slaughter themselves first. Either way, the end is at hand. But what of yourselves? Will you enjoy the festivities beside me? Or perhaps... reach the end here, in the land where it all began?
Round two.
Bartandalus!
I posited during the lore run that Bartandalus would have been a more interesting villain if he literally never said a single line of dialogue. Really lean into the idea of him being completely alien. You know, kind of like a fal'Cie. Part of the reason that I lean into that is because, as was mentioned in chat just a moment ago, he never says anything of relevance or worth in the entire game. Like, he shows up and it's like, did you know that I am evil? Okay, bye. Like, they don't do anything with him. He's just here. He's just here. Now, I don't want to not pay attention on this fight, so I will pause. Thank you, Jesse's Mask. That's right, he did say something right now. He was like, hey, guys, did you know the plot that's been happening back up on Cocoon is happening without you being here? Also, we totally could have killed ourselves all along, but decided not to for 6 centuries for no explained reason. Yes, yes, cool, cool. I would like to argue a negative for Bartandalus for being a crappy villain. Well, I jot this down from Jesse's Mask. He is, for all intents and purposes, our main villain, too. He's our Seymour, right? Let's see. Tales of Symphonia. Tales of Berseria. Tales of Graces. FR. Appreciate you. Hi, Revolution. And yeah, like... I actually feel like if they had made him as pathetic as he is supposed to be, this would have worked better. No, I'm serious. Think about it. His overall motive is he's throwing a tantrum so his daddy will come upstairs and see what the problem is. And, like, lean into that, right? Like, there's something engaging about a pathetic villain if it's done well. Well, in this case, I believe it's technically Lindsay, but the gods. I'm not sure he even knows the answer to that question himself. Yeah, if you literally... No, exactly. If he was actually more childish, if he was more pathetic, it actually would have worked better. Yeah, the fact that he decided to impersonate Sarah, why even do that? Now, don't mistake me. Someone in chat mentioned that could have been a good scene to help characterize how alien he was, or how childish he is, but didn't do either. Also, yeah, Sid in 16 was legit. I'm just saying. Okay. I admit I'm not a big fan of Seymour as a villain, but yeah, that's not even close for me. You see, Mr. Red, I am incredibly evil. And I will now demonstrate that by saying your real name on camera, because your real name is Senor Red. Yeah, honestly, a few very minor changes, and Seymour would have been one of the greats. Without hesitation. That's right, Senor Red. I know all your evil secrets. No, wait, I'm the evil one. Shoot! I was also very down on the main villain from FF16. I mean, you want to look at a childish villain done well? Mother 3. No spoilers, but Mother 3. You know? That was engaging. That was powerful, and it was awesome, and he's... Did you gain weight right in front of me, Bartandalus? I think you did. Deus, yeah, would be another good example of a childish villain. In Lufia 2, specifically. Yeah, I thought for a second the mouths were actually synced, but no, it's just the mouths. Yeah, Kefka too. Yeah. A singing Hoover.
Fulfill your focus and save your precious power.
Okay. You really just keep gaining weight right in front of me, and it's kind of strange, party.
The world waits for
That was really strange. That's true, PB Good Faith.
Careful now.
We see Bartanelis' job. Oh, you want a real answer? Sorry, I don't think they have an answer. Never mind me.
Thanks.
See, villain, when I usually use the term main villain, I'm usually getting across a very specific vibe. It's not always the last boss, it's not always the person most responsible for the thing. It's kind of like the most central villain, right? That's why I say Seymour for FF10. Maester Jackass was arguably more of a villain, more behind the plot, I should say, than Seymour. And hell, Seymour's not even the second to last boss in FF10. Oh, could you hurry up, please? Thank you. And yeah, in Chrono Trigger, I would also say it's Lavos. Environmental villain, we're walking. Even though Lavos is just an eldritch thing, which kind of works for that. It's like, who's the villain of Pompeii, right? It's the volcano. That's... Yeah, I always got the impression that Eden is the power plant. Or the replicator, however you want to think of that.
Follow my lead.
Don't make me waste your Vuln phase healing because you're being a dick. God, I just noticed that completely kills all of my buffs too. You are such a dick. That's whatever. Maybe Dream Whisperer? I guess that's true, isn't it? Because Orphan's actually the power source, isn't it? So I guess Eden would then be the engine? I don't know. Yeah, he's definitely got that Bayonetta Angel vibe going.
You struggle in vain.
That's straight up horror right there. Everyone who fails his tasks gets grafted to his body and has to sing his praises everywhere he goes, henceforth. That's horrifying.
Thanks.
well, okay. Gonna wipe my buffs again. Thanks for that. Thanks for wasting all my time.
And become sea. It is the sea.
Thank you.
The world awaits your salvation.
Oh, could you please buff slightly faster? Okay, apparently not. Screw it. Whatever. Whatever. I'm gonna give up on that. He's just taking so long to buff. And they're just getting wiped anyways.
Fulfill your purpose and save your precious hour. And become sea.
That's strange, Seal Knight. One wonders why he's invested in any of this then, too, if he's not as limited as the other Fal'Cie.
I'll deal with you.
The world waits your salvation.
Come on, do the wipe. I know you're gonna do it.
Destroy the world that despises you.
Thanks.
Your trials have just begun.
Got your back.
Oh, good, Bragon.
Thank you.
Let's go!
God dang it, I just switched to.
Bring it on!
I mean, it's entirely possible that, like so many other things in this game, they had an idea for Bardandalus, and then just never went anywhere with it. Very strong possibility.
Destroy the world that despises you.
I do not Dream Whisper. I have accessories that proc those buffs. That's also entirely possible, Kira White was with Bardandalus. Ah. Like, when you get low on health once, it'll be like, hey, here you go.
Simpletons.
Follow my lead! Thank you. This battle is ours.
Destroy the world that despises you.
It has been an extremely solid season so far, Ross. I'm curious how it's going to score in the end, because as you say, it's not really peaking, but, like, it's just good. Really good. Consistently. That's rare.
The world waits your salvation. Destroy the world that despises you.
Yeah, no kidding, Ross. That whole episode is just... what? And it makes less sense the more you zoom in on it.
You struggle in vain.
both me and the Lorraine had the same general reaction, which is, we don't want to give this a black, but we can't argue against it. It's just too much.
Thanks.
That'll do.
Not yet.
The oomph was something I actually mentioned when we were doing the stream donations. Good morning, Max. Like, I want you to imagine something you care about, and then someone comes along and just starts trashing it. Like my video game collection. Or maybe you have some, like, amiibos, or books, or comics, or anything. It's not hard to imagine. Like, it was just such an aggressively dick move out of absolutely nowhere.
And save
He's at like 10 health. Let me just kill him. Oh my god.
the world waits your salvation.
Cutting you down!
14 minutes. Hey, Crystarium expanded. Woo! Well, the other problem is what I mentioned in chat, Ross. It was 3 episodes smashed into one, and it shows.
The time has come. Allow me to extend my invitation.
Now that you've beaten me for the 2nd time.
Beyond salvation, there is only Ragnarok.
Here's my ship. So you can fly back up to Cocoon. I'm sure glad we came down to Pulse for absolutely no reason.
Release her from the pain.
Why did we come down here? We have accomplished nothing on Pulse. We fled to Pulse to find another answer. Roamed the wilds for a bit. Yeah, did the side quests, leveled up, did the tower, and now we're going back. Nothing has happened. Just... I mentioned this earlier. You missed this, Rex. There's portions of this that it's so obvious that we just kind of skip over what was probably supposed to be an entire arc of something. Either dungeon or story or something. It's just, okay, moving on.
So, this is the end of the rainbow, huh? Well, here's hoping the pot's full of tips on dealing with crackpot Fal'Cie.
You know, I don't remember this being here before. I guess it's new, huh?
Yeah, must be. I suppose it might be a record of what happened. You know, after we turned to Crystal. Cocoon, where the slaves of Lindsay dwell, is the enemy of all life fostered by Pulse's sacred hand. So our Fal'Cie determined Pulse's will, chose l'Cie, and gave them a focus. become Ragnarok and bring about the end of Cocoon. And so the beast arose, defeated Lindsay's hateful Fal'Cie, and prepared to tear Cocoon apart. But her providence betrayed our l'Cie, draining Ragnarok of strength. Their focus only half complete, the l'Cie were taken to the enemy's land by Bartandalus, curse his name. And the goddess said, l'Cie who rest upon Cocoon will reawaken, however long they may wait. And Ragnarok will rise again, to tear the land from its seat in the sky. Her word is absolute.
Guess the jig is up.
Cocoon's done for, isn't it?
Yeah, don't sweat it. If we go ahead and smash Cocoon, you know some makers sure to roll up and save the day.
As long as Fal'Cie are around, this fight is never gonna end. So let's finish it. Let's get Daisley.
So what do we do about Orphan?
We help Orphan. What else can we do? If we can manage to keep it safe...
Another war breaks out somewhere down the road. We're l'Cie. It's not like we can make people stop fighting.
Lightning, you told me on Cocoon.
Another speech.
It's not a question of can or can't. We just do it. That's our only choice this time. Maybe it won't do much. Maybe only one person will listen to us. But even then, isn't trying better than doing nothing?
Because ripples can make waves.
Okay, kids have gone crazy.
Revolutionaries always get cold crazy.
When I was on Cocoon, I wished on those fireworks. I wished to not let anything happen to Cocoon this time. But I shouldn't have wished for that. Wishes aren't enough. Prayers either.
Hopes and prayers. Sorry.
This time I'm making a promise. I will keep Cocoon safe. I promise. No matter what.
I guess it takes losing everything to make you see how much you have to fight for. Huh.
And we're the only ones who can do it, right?
Right.
I'm with Zeal Knight. A plan of evacuate the people to Pulse, which, spoilers, is what they end up doing, would make way more sense than any of this. And I say when they end up doing it, I mean in the sequel. Dude, Snow's 6.5 feet tall. He's actually 6'7". Dude's a giant. But yeah, even though this isn't the lore run, you should go watch the lore run if you want to hear me really dissect a lot of the lore aspects of this. In case you missed that, the record there mentions that everything was going completely according to plan until Etro personally got involved and said, nope. One of the extremely few times Etro personally gets involved in things in this franchise. Anyways, let's go back to Cocoon for no reason. Seriously, I'm sorry, am I the only one? I've already jotted down a negative for the fact that we spend the entire game being like, we must find a third option, and then we don't. And we just go through with exactly what the enemy wants us to do. I know, fighting fate. But, like, the answer really is right there. Evacuate to Pulse. I know Pulse isn't exactly a nice place, but it's still a livable place. Right? Isn't our overall goal to live free from the Fal'Cie? So who's ready for the actual worst cutscene in the game?
Even if we were chasing shadows,
No, seriously.
our our minds were made up.
I've used this cutscene. I've used this cutscene as an example of how not to do cutscene design for years.
We'd realized along the way that choice was the only thing we had left. Maybe we'd fall short. Maybe we'd never even come close. But someone, someday, would know we'd tried.
Thanks for the ride, Barty. Lindsay Gate. All right, subject. It's the symbol of Lindsay. Sure, I will save my progress. This isn't it.
Your Eminence. It is time. The people await your address.
And so, we greet the new dawn.
Yeah, Lindsay and Pulse don't have much to do with the future games. Etro is more relevant, and obviously Buna Velzeblah is.
People of Cocoon, my fellow citizens, we have survived the twilight and gather now to welcome the dawn of the day on which we decide our fate. Many are the lessons we have learned during our long night of hardship and sacrifice. And now we face choices. Choices which must be made as our hearts dictate and not abandoned to uncaring chance. Let us forge ahead with unflinching courage and honor the fallen with action. With these hands, we shape the future.
Well, he's dead. Aw.
Close call. And the hero saves the day. Incredible!
Probably should have covered that.
Intruders on the race circuit. Confirm host was safe. All units respond with lethal force.
Hi there. Cut him off!
Yeah, Bartandelis' exact words were, "The puppet has been restrung."
Now!
You're dead.
You first!
Block this. Peniel!
This is still going. So, pound for pound, you could argue that there's worse cutscenes in this game. It's kind of a matter of metrics, right? But I want you to think about how many minutes we have spent on this. Hey, look, it's the boss from the beginning of the game! On a highway! Do you get it? So hang on. That was about a little over 5 minutes, which I know doesn't sound like a long time, but you have to understand every second, and this is not hyperbole, every second of those kind of pre-rendered cutscenes is expensive. So every additional second is even more expensive, right? Yeah, that was a full pre-rendered FMV style cutscene. It was insanely expensive to make. I don't know numbers. I will probably never know numbers. But holy crap. And yeah, it was all just meaningless, empty, flashy fluff. It was just that. That's all it was. It has bothered me for actual years because it is the perfect example of a mentality that I despise. Flash over substance. And obviously, I've said this before, Square has always been very big on graphics design, again, going all the way back to the NES. But there are several games that came out. This is not the only one. Remember, Third Birthday had this exact same issue, if you recall. Do you remember how long the pre-rendered cinematics were in Third Birthday and how insanely expensive that game was to make? We just talked about that last weekend during the LGAs. It's the same thing. It's the same mentality. Throw money at the CGI cinematics because that worked for FF7. And then win. And that was just what they did. That was just what the company did for a while. You'll notice that they started bringing in actual, honest-to-God, cinematographers and writers and coaches and better localization, all kinds of other stuff to make the substance of their flashy cutscenes better in more recent games. And I can actually point to a very specific example of that. FF16. I know a lot of people have issues with FF16. I have issues with FF16. But they didn't have this problem. Yeah, see, that's the irritating part, look. Sometimes it's nice to just see the big flashy thing. I like Godzilla movies. Right? I like Godzilla movies. But you gotta have something, there's gotta be some meat on those bones. How do we review that? Hello, Czar. That's true. And that's true, too. The icon fights were playable, in addition to being big flash. And Godzilla Minus One is a fantastic film. I highly recommend it to anybody who doesn't have depression issues. That game is very unashamed of things like suicide and trauma and pain. It is extremely well done. Like, seriously, picture a grounded, down-to-earth, character-focused Godzilla film, and that's Godzilla Minus One. But it definitely needs that trigger warning. If I could share one little anecdote here, I've actually talked about this already, but now that you've seen the cutscene, I can talk about it in specifics. I actually asked someone, because I wanted an outside perspective, because obviously I'm chest deep in Final Fantasy, right? So I asked someone who'd never played any of the Final Fantasy games before to watch 2 cutscenes and give me their analytical perspective on them. And those cutscenes were the skirmish of the Silver Dragons for Fantasy IX, and the race we just saw. You know what I'm going to say. But it was legitimately gratifying to hear a perspective from a complete outsider who still has some understanding of art design and cutscene direction and stuff like that. Look at this and be like, what is this drivel? versus FF9's thing, which, because FF9's cutscene is fairly flashy too, but it's like solid meat otherwise, right? That cutscene is oozing significance and symbolism. It is the penultimate cutscene of FF9. It's one of the few parts of the outro that just kind of crushes it. Yeah, that's a good way to put that, Mr. Ed. A good seasoning needs good meat. I think I'll leave it there for now. Alright, let's go fight this random fight. See you around off the deeper end. Now eat a spoon of salt. Oh god. Let's just... hello?
No time to waste.
Hello? Game? Game? Game. Yeah, exactly, Seal Knight. There we go. Okay, sorry. I think I was having the doesn't acknowledge the controller bug for a second there. Yeah, I think so, Blicktable. Because it just wasn't doing anything.
The storm is here!
You see, because she's named Lightning, so the storm is...
Until next time.
Thanks for completely changing my party against my will before a boss battle. Appreciate that game. Hopefully, Ross. I sort of have... So I haven't played FF7R2. I did a stream of FF7R1, and that game is interesting. Yeah, I am rather infamously quite against the first cinematic, the first pre-rendered cutscene of FF7-2. And, I still think that's better than this. I know, right? But just now. 1,000 words is legit. I don't even want to hear it. My biggest fear, and I'm going to stress that that is the legitimate word there, for covering FF7R2 is going to be just how sloggy it's going to get. Because everything I've heard from everyone, even people who like it, says it's got the AC Valhalla problem. It's just too long. And that does not fill me with hope.
Keep a cool head.
Keep it together! It'll be okay!
Thank you.
Well, there's a gimmick here, but I don't know what it is. I've already scanned him, but that obviously doesn't help me. Here we go. Oh, wow. The actual gimmick is you're supposed to kill him with Odin. Yeah, you notice that the boss is just immune. He's immune to everything. He's blocking all physical attacks, and he's immune to all status effects. So, the recommended strategy, if you fail to kill him with Odin, is just to do it again. Okay. Well, I just really wanted to watch... I just really want to watch this cutscene again. It's so good. Yes. Yes! No, I would not do that to you. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm feeling it, Logan. I'm feeling it. And then maybe I'll be able to actually invite your character to the guild because, you know, I'm not facing a timer here.
Charge! The storm is here!
Yep, see? You're just supposed to kill it with Odin. That's hysterical. That is hysterical. It's a cool idea, I agree.
What's that sound?
Yeah, no kidding. Like, if you're gonna do that, give me the ability to pretty much guarantee it.
Clearly. The armies of Pulse, they're using transgates! Transgates? How many coming through? Numbers unconfirmed, but it's a full-scale invasion. Eden's being overrun.
Run! It'll kill us with one stomp. Yeah, by the way, this is functionally the second to last dungeon. I know I said functionally. It is the second to last dungeon. I was about to say functionally the last dungeon, but actually there really is a final dungeon in this game. It's just terrible.
Protect Eden!
What are they? They're not animals.
Where'd they come from?
What are those things?
An army of creatures is attacking the city. It's a Pulse invasion force. Your Eminence, we must evacuate.
So, Reigns, is this the cocoon you dreamed of?
My dream is but a Fal'Cie's fancy now. End it.
No, Sid's dead. No.
Idealism. You feed it blood and it howls for more!
What's going on out there?
It looks like the cavalry's made their move.
There's more to it than that. They're saying Eden is crawling with Pulse nasties.
Fresh off the ark, I'd wager.
This is out of control. What'll happen to Cocoon?
It's all out war.
Did we cause this by coming back? Or Tantalus's prediction? It's all coming true.
Well, his future stops right here. We're the ones who decide what happens next.
Let's get moving.
Right.
Okay.
We have to stop the Fal'Cie. That's our real focus.
By the way, as a fresh reminder, we still don't actually have a plan as of this moment in the second to last dungeon of the game. Just pointing it out. Yeah, I hesitate to use the word inherently or fundamentally wrong, because that has certain implications. I'm popping into WoW now, Luke. Like, fundamentally wrong means there is no salvaging it. And honestly, while I do think there are some things that are fundamentally bad, you gotta work at it. At least in fiction. That is true, Zeal Knight. The parallels continue. Sorry for the double music, Linearuth. Not a lot I can do about it right now. Double music, yes. Oh, sorry. Just hop on, Loke. I'm already in. And now for some really contrasting music. Hey, Walker, I'm definitely not playing WoW in the background here. What are you talking about? I would never do that. Okay, while I wait for Luke, let's set up our paradigms. Sure glad I saved my paradigm so I don't have to, you know, do this manually each time. But couldn't you mute WoW's music? Yeah, but I'm not going to. Is it 'cause you're pure evil, Lore? Yeah, it's 'cause I'm pure evil. Yeah, Katase does know his stuff in several regards. I will always give credence there. Whoop, hang on. That's not what I meant to do. I told you it'd be quick, Luke. Listen, Brigham. Listen. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. This game is so good. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah, 9... I've discovered this a few times in my history. 9 is a great example of higher highs and lower lows. Right? Like, the highs... I'm sure at least some people in chat will agree with me that the highs of 9 are awesome. Like, just... oof. I should set up one just in case I need it. Let's do... Yeah, 9 definitely has some slog. No arguments. It's not gonna work, though. That actually. There we go. Okay. So our Crystarium just updated, and then we spent a few more hours grinding. Whoops. And we hit the wrong button, because this thing has this weird input delay thing. Every single one of these nodes takes 10,000 Crystarium, by the way. Are we counting? There's Army of 1. Oh, we're not there. Well, I mean, technically we're already there, but that's because the whole game is a point of return. I get what you mean, though. We're not going to be there for a minute. We still have an irritating boss battle to do. Anyways, are we counting 100%ing, Bleachable? In that case, no and yes, respectively. The Velt and filling out Gao's rages is just awful. If we're discounting filling out the rages, then the answer reverts back to no. Yes, Tomb Raider. That is a true statement. It is insanely expensive. I haven't even done my secondary classes, nor do I plan to. So I'm not even turbo maxed. Hell, in fact, I don't even think I'm going to be able to fill out the commando. And I did. I am out. I am out of CP. Good God. Yeah. Go grind adamantoises. Didn't even fill up my 3 jobs. I'm a little gobsmacked by that, to be honest with you. Listen, it's fine, Pillar. The players can just go grind adamantoises. Which is exactly what they want you to do. For hours. What's really funny is I've said for years that I've never beaten this game without cheating. And depending how you define it, that's still true. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to sit down and really never cheat in any fashion in this game. And I think I'm just going to be okay with that. I think that's just something I'm accepting at this point. No, I'm not putting on the cheat flag. Although I do plan to cheat in some Gil in a moment. can probably guess why. That's true. I never did baseball 100%. And I never will. Bingo, Mr. Red. I've actually already sat down and done the math. I did a back-of-the-envelope calculation, then I did a much more in-depth calculation to figure out exactly how much time I would be spending doing all this. Spoilers, it's in the double-digit range of hours. So that's days. I'm pretty sure we did, Ross, yeah. I'm questioning myself, but I think we did. I mean, we're basically capped, so let's just get a little bit... We didn't even reach it. We didn't even reach the new level. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, so... let's go ahead and save now that we've done all that. There we go. New stuff. There's the good accessories. Not the best, just the good. There's the weapon I want. Oh no, Legival! What will I do? So, let's go ahead and spend a few more hours running in a circle, metaphorically speaking. Like, for real, if I was going to do this legit, I would just go and grind Adamantoisis. That really is just the best method to push through this. Pound for pound. That's true, Dream Whisper. You are correct. Hopefully that's enough. We can buy wax now. Woohoo! Hang on a second. It's a good analogy, Mr. Red. Listen, this game can't be as bad as Third Birthday. It can't. It can't. So there's Lionheart. Let's go and grab that. Woo! Mook. We can't do it. We can't defeat Third Birthday conventionally. Okay, so yeah, so that's all three of my final gears right there. At least on that. No, don't save. Yes, don't save. No, don't save. Yes, don't save. Oh my god, these inputs. Come on. Yes. Shop. Okay. FF13 2 isn't available on Steam? I think I have it on Steam. I know I have it on Steam. So, yeah, I don't need those. What I do need, hang on a second, is to pull up my guide. So make sure to buy the right stuff. Yeah, as I say, I'm pretty sure it's on Steam. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I need creature cover setting. Let's let's just buy a bunch of these. And honestly, I'm gonna eat a lot of these, so let's just go all in here. There we go. Okay, so we want... Hang on. Particle accelerators. Which aren't here? And I also don't have reactors. Okay. So I don't have access to particle accelerators or compact reactors, which is weird. Why don't I? Yeah. There's a shop called the R&D Depot, which I don't have access to. Okay. 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 This might not be a fixable problem. Yep, we might not be able to go back and do that right now. I know there's points at which you can go back to Pulse. This might not be one of them. Yeah, you have to do missions 1 through 7 because they're all sequential. And that unlocks the R&D depot. Depot, excuse me. Sorry, I'm just double checking something real quick. And you're a knight. Wow, that was... Okay. Okay, so, okay. That's fine, that's fine. We're fine, everything's fine, everything's fine. We'll come back to that. Because I kind of need the depot. Hopefully just the leveling will help, since we're out of CP as well. Oh, by the way, I need to give this section a negative. Now, hear me out for a second. This is the most build yourself into a corner part of the entire game. The fact that Rax mentioned you can go back at before Orphan kind of helped solidify this for me. Because I actually forgot about that. I've been waiting to see when this moment was. So here's the down low, right? It is relatively easy to reach the point I'm at without having really leveled any since, I'd say the 5th arc, which is a decent chunk of time ago. Then you get here. The only way out of here is forward. Now, it is possible to bypass a lot of the trash here. Although a lot of the trash here sucks, it is still something you can avoid. At the end of this is the Proudclad boss. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Proudclad boss is a gigantic barrier of screw you. Oh, hey, a Lionheart. I just bought one of those. Whatever. And so it is not that difficult to imagine a scenario in which you have gotten to this point and are stuck. And these enemies are sufficiently mean that grinding here isn't feasible if you didn't already grind. So.
Okay, I don't know about this.
If only we could fly.
We can jump.
Huh? What are you?
Nothing to it! See you ground side.
Wait a minute! You're all crazy!
Don't want to get left behind, do you? Just remember, don't drop the gizmo.
Bang! This thing? Okay!
Ah, poor Chocolina. I do remember that scene. I didn't until I saw the soldiers spinning around the gravity thing. I especially remember my emotions I was feeling when I saw that teaser, which was severe confusion.
That's how they get around on Cocoon.
That's how light gets around.
Let's go.
It was really strange. It did not hype me up for the game.
Right.
Speaking of narrow corridors, literally twice, Strife. I swear half of this entire section is just... Remember the first chapter of the game? You remember? You remember at chapter 1 of this game? Wasn't it great? Ah, those are the good old days. About 50 hours ago.
Just another battle.
What's funny is I don't remember 13.2 leaning into member berries, like, at all. I'm probably wrong. Rax can jump in on this because they know that way better than I do. I still have only played 13.2 once. And that was with turbo cheats.
Just another battle.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, 13.2 leaned more into being like, "Wah!" than anything else. I don't even mean that as a bad thing. Although I shouldn't talk it up so much, I have not reviewed it. so I cannot have an opinion on it.
Back under your rock.
That wasn't so bad.
You know, it's funny. The turbo cheats on 13.3 was one of the more interesting ones of the trio. We have to review it now, right? Like, you know that. You realize that. We have to review 13.3 someday.
Through here! Station secure! Cavalry, stand down! Eden's under our jurisdiction.
That's right, this is all just a jurisdiction fight. That's barely an exaggeration.
Eat this! Eat this!
Still standing!
I mean, there's a reason they call it that, Blades of All. Ah.
You're nothing! Eat this! Eat this! Eat this! Eat this!
Now you got me thinking about the earlier question. Identifying slog points across the FFs. FF1 has several. There's the, like literally, right at the beginning of the game. When you're first going to the... I don't remember the name of the dungeon. It's the first dungeon in the game, where you get the crown. That is 100% a slog point. You have to grind to be able to deal with that place. So that's a grind point. Marsh Cave, thank you. Sorry, I shouldn't call it a grind point, because the point is it's a slog point. Slog can be things other than grind. But I would also mention the entire Earth Cave sequence.
So the cavalry's here to,
They're here for Orphan.
And the Ice Cave
If it's
sequence.
close to the Fal'Cie Eden, they're probably headed for the heart of the Sanctum.
Right. And if they destroy it, bad things are gonna happen.
So long, Cocoon.
Then we better get there before they do.
damn
Yeah.
straight.
Uh-oh.
I hope you caught that. This is going to be important later. Our main goal is to stop them from destroying Orphan. No matter what, we cannot let them destroy Orphan. Okay, remember that. Put that in the back of your brain.
Let's move!
So, I would also say FF1's last dungeon is a slog point. Not much in the middle, though. We'll call that good. Hey, we finally have haste. Oh my god. Oh my god, we finally have haste. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, that's so much better. Power. Holy crap, we have haste. So FF2 slog point. Okay, I joke and say the entire game, but by memory, I think the only real slog points are the Mysidian Tower when we go to get Ultima, And, like, the final run, when you go through the Jade Passageway into, and then Pandemonium. The reason I call Earth Cave a slog is because you do it twice. That really is my reasoning there. The fact that you have to go through a huge chunk of the cave, and then leave, and then go through the rest of the cave. That's what I call a slog. Anyways, so FF3. Whoa, okay. Oh, Jesus. FF3 has a lot of slog. Like, FF3 has a lot of slog in it. My god. I'm not sure where to start. Let's just keep moving. Let's just move past that. How about 4?
We're never gonna make it.
Not with an attitude like that, we won't.
Why don't you just try?
I was going to say, the Lodestone Cave, especially if you're not ready for it, can definitely be that. I would also argue the, oh god, I don't remember the name of the dungeon. But it's the one where the boss at the end is the Demon Wall. Our first Demon Wall in the series. The Sealed Cave. That's no wonder I didn't remember the name. And yeah, I would also, if we're counting it, also the place where Yang is recuperating would count. I don't know, I'm not sure what else in 4 would really qualify for me personally. Anyone else, feel free to jump in on this one. For 5, the moment you hit the second part of the game is definitely a point where the game kind of is just like, okay, hold up. I'm stuck on the terrain! No! I was stuck on the terrain! I was stuck on the terrain! That might actually be it for 5, as I'm running through it in my head. I don't remember a lot of slog points in 5. 6 technically has the Veld if you're 100%ing. Otherwise, it doesn't have any. No, Saber for Wife. You gotta work at it to be garbage. Yeah, I was just staring at 7. 7 is getting weirder because a lot of the optional stuff in 7 is slog. Almost everything in the Golden Saucer is some variety or another of slog. Like, seriously, all of it. The RNG of the arena battle, and farming the roller coaster if you want to go for those items, and chocobo racing, and then breeding, and then racing. But other than that, in 7... I would say Yuffie's side quest. Honestly, I would say Yuffie's side quest and yeah, a couple other like I don't know if anything else really qualifies as a major slog point. I'm gonna cut it off there. Eight's a very strange one. Because in 8, what I do and have done for years is get Diabolos, level him, and then don't have encounters for the rest of the game. So, you know, let me tell you, that improves my opinion of that game a lot. please.
Change of plan.
No. We will absolutely be doing Yuffie's side quest in FF7 when we cover it. It is prime opt, by definition. Yeah, 8's kind of a weird one. I struggle to think of a specific moment in 8 where I just kind of go, ugh. Oh, we're here. Oh, God. Okay, well, hold up. Back up. Let's go save. Which means, okay, let's open up the save. Come here. 9 has a couple of slog points. The big ones for me. Hi, Nordame. Really? Ross? That's interesting. I will admit I do not agree that well, I shouldn't say I don't agree. That's not really how that phrase. The beginning of FF9 is not a slog point for me. That's the whole point. It's a slog point. It's for you, right? For me, most of FF9 slog points are all towards the end. And yeah, the Desert Palace definitely qualifies as one. 100%. Desert Palace, Pandemonium. Everything to do with Chocobo Hot and Cold. I hate Chocobo Hot and Cold.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Okay, so save. Okay, wish me luck. Slog point. Alright, Ross, I challenge you. Can you name a slog point in FF10 that isn't related to optional content? I can name one. Or more accurately, one type. Oh, right, Maokai. I can name 2. 3. So you remember Roche? What you may not remember is it's actually been literal hours. In fact, if we did the optional stuff in Pulse, it's probably been tens of hours.
Rosh.
Sorry, Rosh. I thought it was Roche.
Power has grown, Mr. Villiers. No matter. We will lay down our lives if that is what it takes to stop you.
Oh, we're on the same side here. We came back to stop all of this.
Nevertheless, you are the sea. We can trust the pawns no more than the Fal'Cie who moved them. Humanity's fate rests in its own hands.
So this is a barrier boss. We'll see how we do. I'd like to say this is the last barrier boss, but I'm not a good liar. One of my first real exposures to this fight was actually in the speedrunning community, as several people were sitting down doing practice runs of just this fight and trying to come up with a way to make this work. Obviously, they weren't particularly high level. Because, you know, speedrunners.
Appreciate
it. Look, we need a boss fight, okay, Bragwin? Don't ask questions.
I'll not stop me.
Follow my lead.
I guess we could, Libra. Sure, why not? For me, the biggest slog points, plural, in FF10 are the temple puzzles. Now, the quality of those vary wildly, so I'm willing to let that go for the most part. And then we get to Bevel. I can't stand the Bevel puzzle. That one's just... like, the fact that you have to re-loop across the whole thing if you make any mistakes just adds so much unnecessary padding to it. It is shocking how much smoother that entire sequence would be. Yeah, that's the conveyor belt one. If they just let us walk on the conveyor rather than being forced to go along with it.
Increase output production!
Down the enemy. Careful now.
Go back! Beat your back!
So that's a slog point. The Bevel, the Bevel Trial? Cloister, that's it. The Bevel Cloister of Trials. There we go. I knew there's a term there.
Thank you.
Other than that, yeah, Gagazet and then the spike up to the final dungeon. And even that last one's just kind of a technically. So really, just the two. The Bevel Cloister and Mount Gagazet. That's my 2 slog points for 10. 12 the entire game after you go to Giruvegan.
Got your back.
No, seriously, the entire game. 10-2. Yeah, no kidding, Dream Whisperer.
That's all she can take! Fall back!
So that was round 1. That's not the actual barrier boss. My bad. Sorry.
I don't understand. We want the same thing. Why can't we just work together?
These people are so blinded by fear, they can't even imagine it. Are we too late?
Not yet. And we can't give up. No one else knows the truth. Am I right?
Only we know about the plan to destroy Cocoon.
Remember, we must stop them from destroying Cocoon. We must stop them.
Then what are we waiting for? It's time for some payback.
That's what I'm talking about. Once everything's finally out in the open, people are gonna have to wake up from this nightmare.
Let's show them how human we still are.
No, that's pretty normal, Dream Whisperer. But anyways, remember that. We must stop them from destroying Cocoon. Yeah, what's the slog point in FF11? Alright, it is my lunch break, and lunch break I shall do. How can there be some Blade Tribble? No! No!